Alright. Let's do some farming, I guess. Gonna finally be playing a variety of other things tonight because, well, I finally have the means to. This is the PS5 version, by the way. I'm a little behind on it, so I'm going with this version for now. Unfortunately, did not kill the bosses yet, but I think the other mages do appear based on what other mages you haven't killed yet, so I'm thinking it's either deliberate or I'm just extremely lucky. Basically, gonna try to get puff pods and the other drop from the bigger mushroom spawn. But I guess it gives decent experience anyway, so it doesn't really matter, to be honest. Actually, go ahead and lay down in a minute. Not gonna be sitting up while doing this crap. Also downloading some things. I'm not going to be extracting it right now. Just wanted to have them ready for later. Okay. But yeah, I'm gonna basically try to get the resources to get the blue drinks and the other shit, and hopefully I can get enough ash pyre to upgrade some weapons I'm gonna probably be using. Oh yeah, I gotta make sure I have Nightbot open so I can purge any comments. Wink wink. Forgot about that. There we go. But yeah, I ended up having to buy Sonic Superstars digital, even though I really didn't want to. But I really wanted to play the game, and I was kind of enjoying it, despite also getting the Lego DLC, which, for some reason, they gave Amy a modern look, which is unbelievably cursed, but I'll stick with it, I guess. Also got a couple videos to be worked on. Probably finish that a little later, I guess. Just gonna try to make some progress in this, farming wise anyway, and getting the other stuff. But yeah, I'm just mainly going to be getting the poison drops so I can create the trophies. And I was going to find the other enemy too, that electro enemy or whatever. Because I don't think I created their trophy. Also gotta do the same thing with that wind creature. I think only the main Mancer type enemy can drop the highest tier of drop or whatever. Because I checked the drop list of one of the enemies that the fungus Mancer spawns is probably not even the right one, but whatever. It's the one that spawns in the mushrooms and shit. And I saw that they only drop 2 of the items or whatever, so I'm guessing you have to get the main one from the big cheese, I guess. Like these things. I don't think they can drop the big shit, but the other ones they have a chance of dropping. Only gonna really be farming for the pieces to get the trophies, I think. I don't think you have to craft everything. I feel like the only thing that's really worth crafting are the weapons that are going to be suitable to your class, and of course the trophies if you're going for the achievement. So I'll probably be crafting saves, I guess. I'm not going to be doing anything else because that'll be kind of pointless. Let's see. Yeah, I think the poison heart, for example, can only drop from the main one, so I'll have to get a couple more glands and guts just in case. I don't want to do more excessive farming than I have to. Let's see. Yeah, these are pretty much set. I don't really care about that ring. I'm gonna get the luck finding ring or whatever, the item find ring, and whatever else I can think of. But yeah, these I gotta farm that enemy. I guess I'll fight the poison boss next, since I got everything else. But let me head back to the other area so I can get more of those things, I guess, from the wind boss, or whatever he's called. But yeah, I'm gonna actually be eating, so I'm gonna mute the mic for a bit because they don't want to hear me going, clearing my throat like 24 hours a day. But yeah, I'm gonna be on mute for a bit. I'm gonna be eating. Hello, Tark. How you doing? Sorry if I didn't respond right away. I was actually eating something. I can put it on hold for now, though. Right now, I'm just doing some salt and sacrifice. Trying to farm, quote unquote. Glad to hear it. Hopefully, you had a good day today. Mine went alright, I guess. I'll probably move on to Sonic Superstars in a bit. Hopefully, that's alright. I actually been wanting to play it. I know it sounds ludicrous. Never heard of this game. I recommend playing Salt and Sacrifice. Not Salt and Sacrifice. No, that's the name of this game. Whoops. Salt and Sanctuary. It's a lot better. I know the devs of this game made a another game back on the Xbox 360. I'm actually gonna look it up. I know there's no pausing this game, so there you go. Hopefully the oh god, it doesn't fuck up while I do it. Oh, cool. Salt and Salt. I get the names mixed up now. I'll answer your question in a second. Scott Studios is known for making games on the Xbox Live Marketplace, such as The Dishwasher, Dead Samurai, and some other stuff. ZP2K9. It's fairly interesting. I haven't played it though, but I know that they have a unique art style that's very recognizable. But anyway, Salt and Sacrifice, it's kind of hard to describe the story, but I'll do my best, I guess. You basically play as a wanted criminal, and basically to amend for your crimes, you are basically sentenced to hunt down mages. For what exact reason, I'm honestly not even sure. Salt and Sacrifice is basically a mixture of Dark Souls and Monster Hunter with 2D elements and stuff. So it's kind of hard to fully pinpoint the references and stuff. It's actually on the PlayStation 4 and PC, with there's also being a Switch port too. Though Salt and Sanctuary is definitely a lot better. How long has Salt and Sacrifice been out for? Good question. I'm actually going to look it up, actually. Let me go ahead and return to camp while I look it up. Actually, I already on Wikipedia, so that helps. Salt and Sacrifice came out in 2022. I was actually really looking forward to this game since I really like Salt and Sanctuary. I consider it one of the better Souls-likes out there. Mainly because it's in 2D. There's local co-op, which is good. It's kind of like Castlevania in a very certain way with the level design and stuff. It's and Salt and Sanctuary actually came out in 2016. I still feel it's aged pretty well, but this game, unfortunately, not so much. Shit, I'm going the wrong way. But yeah, you have your basic things like, shit, it's hard to explain the spot, but basically you have your stamina management. Yes, there's a skill tree in this game, but it's not as annoying as another game, so I'll let it slide. Plus, it has a fairly distinctive design that's not completely terrible. Each of the signs actually represents some shit. Yes, it is. The skill tree is actually how you level up your stats, and every time you level up, you gain an item that allows you to assign your points to the skill tree. I like how the signs, I forget what they're called, the constellations are based on something. Like, for example, the heavy armor set has a helmet. You have a rapier constellation. A Great Blade constellation. Some sort of bludgeon melee stuff. And throwing axes and hammers. So it's at least interesting. I know this game actually has online play, but I haven't really bothered with it, to be honest. I'm pretty sure it's dead at this point because it's not Elden Ring, so it's whatever. But let me go ahead and craft the stuff, I guess. So I'm trying to get some extra salt to level up. And then the other currency is silver, in which you use it to buy stuff. Let's see. I'm going to make the ring that increases item find rates and the class 3 stave, since... Have I ever played Alien Isolation? Yes. Unfortunately, I have not finished it, and I really feel bad that I haven't gotten around to it. I really like it, though. It's actually one of the few horror games I don't mind playing and gives me legitimate classic Resident Evil vibes with the saving system. And I think it's probably a better way of fixing it compared to how even something like Resident Evil 7 did, by going back to basics in the worst way possible. And basically what I mean by that is that the save system in Alien Isolation, I think the game only saves in 3 different ways. If you manually save the game, the saving station has to recharge. I believe you get an autosave every chapter, and then you get another autosave when you go into certain areas. I hope so too. Probably going to forget a lot of it though, because I have not played in a long time. But I'm going to go ahead and switch over to Sonic Superstars. I don't want to be constantly farming in a game they can't even pause in. At least if I get questions and answers, I can at least pause in Sonic. Yeah, I know the game is ridiculously overpriced, but it doesn't stop people from looking forward to GTA 6 or even paying $40 for Elden Ring's DLC, so I don't know. I've actually been enjoying Sonic Superstars, to be honest. I know that the formula is basically 2D Sonic all over again, but I feel that it's a proper transition. Not trying to use the really shitty Sonic's transition has been rough and shit, but I actually like the game, so I don't mind it. So we go ahead and switch over to Sonic Superstars. And yes, that is Amy in her Lego form. I figured it would up the pace a little bit. Hopefully the audio's okay, by the way. I can change it if need be. Anyway, in case you're wondering what this game is all about, well, it's kind of hard to convey the story of this, since the game has cutscenes that's told just like in Sonic 3. We have like little animations in between levels and stuff. But the basic gist of it is that one of the characters, who was actually a predominant playable character in Sonic the Fighters, Fang, whatever the hell he's called, I don't remember. Sonic the Fighters is not a very aged fighting game, unfortunately. It's I say it's maybe worth playing at least once and then never again. It's really not that good, honestly. Good question. I'll have to turn up the TV for a bit. Hopefully there's not too much of an echo. Yes, it does, and I think either it might be remix or it might be the original. Or it sounds very close to the original. And unfortunately, I don't even play the proper sound effect for drowning, but this game technically does have infinite lives, which I'm not normally the biggest fan of, but considering some of the game's design and difficulty choices, I guess it's okay. But the main thing I was really sold on this game is that it actually has local co-op in the same vein as New Super Mario Brothers, and that it's pretty much what Sonic Mania should have been, in that it has something to keep it fresh without it being overly reliant on nostalgia. So I actually consider it probably one of the better Sonic games, just for the sole fact that Sega literally went back to basics without overly doing it. It's definitely better than Mania, just for the sole fact that it's somewhat original, and definitely way better than Sonic 4 both episodes. And I mainly chose to play as Amy because she hasn't really had much of presence in the 2D games, unless you want to count Sonic Advance. She basically has a double jump, and if you hold down the jump button when you land, I guess she has some sort of drop dash ability, I guess that's what it's called, where she runs forward and charges with her Pico hammers, it's called. It's the little things that give it that quality of life, I guess, so it's cool. And she actually does have her classic outfit when you're not using her Lego form. For some reason, Sega wanted to give her Lego DLC outfit her modern design, which is kind of weird considering that the game pretty much uses nothing but classic designs with 3D backgrounds, kind of like with what New Super Mario Brothers did. At least it's not like in Sonic Generations where one bit is 2D and then one bit is 3D. It's all 2D goodness, which I really like. If you played Sonic Mania or even the other Sonic games in the Genesis or even Sonic CD, this will be right up your alley. The only thing though is that Sega for some reason decided to charge full price for it, but you know, it's I don't know. It's I don't really know, to be honest. I know also when you collect Chaos Emeralds in this game, you actually get extra abilities you can use, which is pretty cool. Actually, go ahead and shut it off, actually. If I can actually pick the right button. Damn it! There we go. Actually... Okay, it's the X button, okay. But yeah, every time you collect a Chaos Emerald, you get abilities, so that's actually kind of nice. I don't think I've ever seen that in another Sonic game before. The only thing with the power-ups is that you can only use them once, and if you want to get a refill on them, you have to get them at checkpoints. I do wish there was a limited lives mode, because with the infinite lives, it does make some of the challenge legit trial and error BS. As I try to cycle through the power-ups, I can't, so I don't know. Oh. Okay, you have to use the right bumper to cycle through them. It's a little weird. I know that in Sonic Advance 1, Amy had a weird, I don't know what the hell you want to call it. Not a spin dash, but some sort of, like, animation like how Sonic did in Sonic CD, where he went in a figure 8, but not in the normal spin dash. He doesn't have that for some reason. Which is kind of a bummer. I think they did replace it in Sonic Advance 2, though. I really hope we at least get a Sonic Advance collection at some point, but probably not due to the nature of some things. I feel those hold up pretty well for Sonic standards, although the special stages in there fucking suck. Excuse me, and I actually just got the bubble, so it should be fine. There are some things I don't like about this game, though. Like, for example, there is a battle mode, but it's really, really shitty. Like, I don't know how Sonic Mania can still do the multiplayer from Sonic 2 that was actually really good. And with the DLC, like, do up to 4 players, and yet Sega wanted to shoehorn in metal farming just to customize your not metal Sonics or whatever. And also some of the boss fights I feel are kind of gimmicky, like on Sonic CD levels of gimmicky. I think they're also a lot easier compared to the other ones as well. Probably because I'm using Amy, but still, it's I know in one of the other acts, Robotnik was using some sort of, I don't know. They don't tell you the names of the bosses, but it's like there was this boss fight, and all I have to do is just keep double jumping, and it's just like, I don't know. Difficulty is kind of unbalanced, I guess, because on one hand you have infinite lives, so you don't have to worry about anything, but yet some of the boss fights can have to be really easy or really difficult. I don't know if having infinite lives really makes it any better or not. I haven't tried this game in local co-op, so I don't know how good that would fare. Oh god, he's giving me Contra 3 vibes right now with that boss that hangs in the wall. Most obnoxious auto-scroller of all time, but at least it makes sense in Contra context. I almost said Contra terms. Better than contradiction, but still. Kind of reminds me of that one boss in Lava Zone, except you're actually fighting him. And there we go. Boss defeated. And just like in classic Dr. Robotnik fashion, he always escapes from his Eggmobile. There's also these fruit bonus levels. We're not going to be doing those. I'm going to try to focus on getting for the game. This actually is on Xbox. No, I switched to the Xbox. This game is at least multi-platform, so you can get it on anything. Which is good. Although the PC version does have the Nuvo, so have fun with that. I like how in Sand Sanctuary, even though there's Sandopolis and Sky Sanctuary, so who knows. But yeah, some of the mini-bosses are kind of weird. I think the first one is just a really weird gimmick, where you're just kind of running from it, and then sometimes it does an instant kill move or something, or has a blink or miss it moment, and then you just end up dying and you have to do it again. It's legit trial and error in some of the sub-bosses. I think it also only take 3 hits to go down, which is asininely stupid. But this is clearly Sandopolis. I hope there's no ghosts in the second act, or else I'm going to have to call bullshit. And no, I have not played LEGO Dimensions that features the Sonic characters. Although I really wish that each of the characters would get at least 1 or 2 extra costumes. Sonic, of course, has the most. With him having the original Sonic design that they're going to use. A Shadow costume for Sonic, but it's just Sonic wearing an outfit that looks like Shadow, I guess, so it's like the world's worst crossplayer. Cosplayer, not crossplayer, what the fuck. And then the rest just has Lego outfits, and I guess there was a retro diner outfit that Amy had for a while, and you had to register on Sega's website or some shit to get it. It was really stupid. Yeah, I guess I gotta go this way. This fucking snake, dude, I swear. I hope I get to fight it as the boss, and I hope it's actually somewhat challenging. But yeah, one of the main reasons I really disliked Mania, despite it playing like a gem of 2D Sonic games, is that it overly relied on nostalgia so much that you might as well just play the older games. Like, legit, the 4 zones that he had that weren't there before were really cool, and I really wish there was actually more new stuff to go with it. Like, obviously this is just Color Cyanopolis, but at least they're trying to do something different. Like, even when Sonic 4 had its not Metropolis zone, or even it's not Labyrinth zone, like, they're at least trying to do something different. Even if it's a borderline copy and paste or plagiarism. I wouldn't call it on the same league as From Software's school of recycling with Elden Ring, but at least it's something that makes it stand out in its own capacity, even if it's just a little bit. Even the final boss in Mania was just a fucking disappointment. Especially with the theme that Titanic Monarch uses, and especially the background, that giant egg mobile in the background. You don't even fight it, you just fight some half-assed Sonic CD final boss fight that just makes it a joke. And even the Super Sonic level you fight doesn't really make things much better. I think it was also a really shitty excuse to tie in the Phantom Ruby with Sonic Forces, because I know that's like a main MacGuffin in Sonic Forces is the Phantom Ruby. That is something that clearly came from Sonic Mania. Though unless you actually played Sonic Mania, they don't really explain it. I guess the plot doesn't really matter too much in a 2D Sonic game, but it's just like, when most of the game is just the greatest hits album with maybe a couple new tracks in it, it's just, why even bother? The DLC for it was fucking garbage too. It was basically a hard mode with different design colors, but you had to basically, instead of having lives, you had to recruit different characters, and if you lost all your characters, you died. It just was obnoxiously harder. It didn't really feel like it was actual hard mode. It was just they literally changed the colors and made it slightly harder. That's really shitty practices, honestly. Like, legit, the only good thing about Mania is obviously that it's still a decent 2D Sonic game, if you don't care about the original shit, and that the 4-player mode is probably the best that it's been for local multiplayer goodness. Forgot to mention too, actually, that there's a thing in this game where you can actually go to a hub world, though it's not as annoying as, say, it was in other Sonic games. And it's actually kind of a thing that they took from Sonic 4 in a slight manner, where you can just go to the next act or just go back to previous levels in a condensed hub world like Sonic Generations did. So I really like that. Helps you just get through the levels as quickly and clean as possible. Actually, to see if the local multiplayer is worth it, to be honest. I don't know if it's going to be as chaotic as New Super Mario Brothers, but I do know that the actual battle mode is just complete trash, and I hate it. It's like one half of a game is actually really good, and I can't really find like legitimate complaints. And then you do metal farming to customize a character in shitty online battles. It's really, really dumb. Alright, let's see how obnoxious this boss is. If it even is going to beat it at all. Oh. Guess they're fighting the doctor already? I guess so. Oh, okay. Guess it's not too bad. At least this is a better Act 1 boss than the one from Sanopolis, and even better than Lava Reef Zone's boss with Dr. Robotnik. They both just involve a lot of waiting, and the other one is just really obnoxious, especially if you don't have the fire shield. Oh, you can actually hit him there. Okay. Oh god, he's up to something. Oh, okay, you can actually jump over those. Okay. Well, that's cool. Can't do the same for those, unfortunately. There we go. Did one of the platforms just completely appear? Oh, okay, that was one level. Okay. That makes sense. Also play again if you miss something, I guess. Probably gonna get an actual cutscene though. Oh. Oh. We just also end up falling through a floor, I guess, so we end up in Press Factory. Oh god, this is like Oil Ocean, I think. With those spike shit. And whatever else is thrown at us. I definitely wish the level transitions were a little better, but I guess it's better than nothing. I think one of them had to be patched in for Sonic Mania was just really stupid. I think it was the one where I think I had to patch in for one of them, I forget which one it was, but it was just really dumb. I do like how the other characters, though, do play like how they did in the classic games, so Sonic still doesn't have his insta-shield, unfortunately. I think he has a drop dash, but I guess by modern Sonic standards is what he had, so I guess I can't really complain about that, but it's, the characters play like how you expect them to, so I'm perfectly fine with it. There we go. Not sure why I was jumping there, but there you go. Oh, does he jump after that, or? Okay, yeah, I guess he jumps after that. Okay, I was gonna say, why does he jump like that? It's kind of weird, but can't really complain, I guess. But yeah, it's just classic 2D Sonic goodness that isn't just lazily looking like Sonic 1, or not Sonic 1, no, Sonic 4 did. It's basically been given the new Super Mario Brothers treatment. except it actually plays like a Sonic game and not like how Sonic Colors did by trying to make it play like a Mario game or something. Like, I don't feel like I'm playing Sonic 3 or whatever, and I don't feel like I'm playing... I'm actually playing something that comes close to what an actual sequel should do. Which is good. Oh, you went to the RR real quick? I'm guessing that means restroom. Well, welcome back. You didn't really miss much besides my ramblings, I guess. Was just basically mentioning how this game actually does impress me. Now, I'm actually feel like I'm playing a Sonic game that isn't just copying and pasting the Sonic 3 again, despite the last level having elements from Sanopolis, but I don't feel like I'm playing Sanopolis. I'm actually playing something, like, new. Now, you could argue that it's not original, but at least it's, you know, I don't feel like I'm playing the same levels from 1991 again. Whatever. Oh, shit. It's also good that I'm finally playing a Sonic game in the modern age where they don't have a really shitty story. Or at least having a really shitty English sub that just makes you want to cut off your ears or whatever. I know it just sounds really extreme. After playing through Sonic Forces, it was just terrible. Hated the story in that one, and I hated the overall story direction in that game as well. It was really dumb. Hated it. It was also really easy too, except for like 2 boss fights. The first one and the last one. Because you don't have to do anything again after fighting whatever the hell the dude's name is, I forget. And I believe that there's a mechanic where you have to do anything like that again for that boss fight, and then I believe when you fight the final boss, it's challenging, but not for the right reasons. It's kind of a weird transition. I don't know why I needed a load screen, but whatever. I hope that thing in the background is the boss fight. If not, I'm going to be really disappointed. But yeah, obviously it's not going to win, like, Innovative Game of the Year or whatever, but, you know, it at least feels like I'm playing something that's, like, an actual new, a classic refinement of the formula, I guess. Oh. Shit. You're actually on the clock, okay. I guess why this game gave you infinite lives, so you have to be tricked out by bullshit. Oh, okay, you have to hit the switches, okay. You have to cool down the machine in the background or else you're basically dead. Okay. Here we go. But yeah, it's just nice to play an actual Sonic game that's like obviously it's not like completely original, but at least it's something that I don't feel like I'm playing the exact same game from years and years ago. I love Sonic 3 and all, but if I'm playing a new game, I expect it to at least have some new ideas or something. And I feel this at least marks, it at least passes with colors, I guess. Now, whether it's better by comparison, that's obviously up until I actually finish the thing, but still. I can at least say I'm definitely happy that I've been playing this, because it's, I was actually interested, and I'm really happy I'm actually playing it. Because it's something I've been wanting to play, an actual Sonic game by Sega that I actually been wanting to play, and I've been pretty impressed so far, so at least that's good. I don't know. I usually go by letter grades, but I'm not certain yet. I know there's also a... Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Okay, the switch is there, I think. Can you actually hit it again? Like, does it actually reset? I guess it does. It's kind of weird. I guess it's better than nothing. But I noticed as one of those games that there's also an alternate mode of play. So I'm gonna hold on judgment until I fully complete the game. Like, this is not one of those games that's clearly one and done. You know, just beating the game as one character over. You know, there's collecting all the Chaos Emeralds and going through the game as the other character that you find in the game, which is some sort of mechanical robot or something. It turns out to be a completely different character or something. I unfortunately have not been collecting all the Chaos Emeralds, so I might have to replay a level or two to get it. At least the special stages is fairly simple, and it's something different and not just copying Sonic CD for like the 6th time in a row. Though, unfortunately, I'd be lying if I said that they wasted ideas with the star checkpoints, where I forget what they're called, the goalposts, whatever, the checkpoints you actually get, and that they copy Sonic 1 special stages, but the only reward you get for those is the medals, which the only reason you have to go for those is, number one, achievement that takes a legitimately long time to get because it's a grind fest, and number two, it's a currency you can get for customizing your robot in the battle mode. And I'm gonna run out of time. Damn it! Yeah, I think you're locked out a bit. Yeah, I'll just come back after. Just like in Sonic Mania, I think, or even in Sonic 3 or whatever, after, I think you have to beat the game before you can get access to all the rings again. What the fuck? Why are we playing Sonic Mario 2 right now with this missile crap? Oh well. At least it's like I'm playing Mega Man 11, where it kind of feels like it's the same game, but I felt that one played it way too safe. I don't think this one played it too safe, in my opinion, as I died. I feel like they're at least trying things that are different, I guess. But I wouldn't say that it's like Mega Man 11, where it's kind of like the other ones, which is fine, I guess, but I didn't really feel like it changed enough, in my opinion. I won't say it's a bad game, but it's just like, I don't know, it could have done a lot more, I think. Especially compared to what Mega Man Powered Up had to offer. It's very lacking in that department. I'm so, well, not that I'm so pissed off for Capcom canceling Mega Man Legends 3. I'm more pissed off at them for canceling that Mega Man level editor they were going to release. I think the closest we got to it is a Mega Man Maker, but that's not an official Capcom game. So, you know, people are going to be like, oh, you can't compare it to the real thing. You know, people literally do that with Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 and Project 06, which is fucking retarded. It's like, look, if you like playing the game for a reason, fine, but you have to understand that the game is shitty for a very good reason. No one's stopping you from liking shit, but, you know, if you're going to act like a fanboy about it, then that's kind of part of the problem. I think I also finally realized how this fucking orb thing works. Because I was kind of stumbled on it for a good while. I do wish it was backwards compatible though on the Xbox One though. I know Sonic Unleashed is, but not Sonic 06. That is a definite bummer. But that doesn't mean the game is any less shit because of it. It just means that it's not backwards compatible, and you either got to play it on 360, PS3, emulate it, or play Project 06. I'm not even bothering with Project 06. Like, no revisionist history is going to change that the game is just a piece of shit. I'm sorry. Uh-oh. Here we go. But anyway, hopefully you're doing well, and at least being fairly entertained. Sorry if the gameplay isn't up to par. At least I'm not hating myself while playing it, though. Actually playing on something I actually like playing. Even if it's not acceptable by society standards, because a lot of people complain about this game for some reason. I'm not really sure why. Alright, let's hope this thing is actually the boss. I think we're getting close to the actual boss fight of this thing. Oh, that was easy. Thought to be a lot more than that. At least these special stages are technically easier to control than they were in Sonic 1, but they're still really pointless. The only reason you're basically forced to do them is just to get an in-game achievement. And to get extra medals for customizing your Sonic medal avatars or whatever. I think there are also emblems, or not emblems, excuse me. I know there are also medals in Sonic Mania, but they were like actual collectibles, and if you earned enough, you unlock extras and stuff. So I guess at least in Mania they were kind of worth getting. But having to go through the Sonic 3 special stages a lot just got really tiring after a while. I think there could have been a better way of implementing them, to be honest. So I don't know if it makes it better or worse, to be honest. Probably somewhat better, because at least you're not grinding for, you know, shitty customization items, but you're also playing a special stage that can just get legitimately annoying after a while. They're fine for, like, getting the Chaos Emeralds, because I know that you have to collect all the rings, but in Sonic Mania they do make you get them all, and it's just really annoying. I think they have the ones from Sonic 3, Sonic and Knuckles, and then add a whole bunch of other ones, and it just got really annoying after a while. I hated it. Especially since you have to collect all of the rings too, not just getting all the blue spheres. At least the medals in this game kind of have a purpose, but it's a really shitty purpose. I could probably show it off after a certain point. Let's hope we actually fight that helicopter or whatever it's called. Might switch up characters, I guess. Oh. They don't call me Eggman anymore. Well, that's disappointing. Just kind of hoping to fight that gyrocopter. I guess not. This actually reminds me of the one boss, I think, from Sonic Advance 3. I think it's Sonic Advance 3, where you had the hammer and shit. Except this is a lot more involved. Why the fuck did I not get crushed there? And why the fuck is this boss so easy? I swear, Amy like breaks the game. How many hours do I have? You mean in-game time, or you mean like how many hours I've left until I have to go? If it's the former, there's actually a thing in Xbox that lets you check how many hours you played, though it might not reflect the actual in-game time I've played. I don't know if there's a thing that checks for it, but I could probably look, I guess. Now we're just riding on a platform for some reason. They really could have been a little bit more creative with the stage transitions, I think, but whatever. Anyway, I'll say there's an in-game timer. I don't think there is, though. I can also check how many levels or whatever there is. I can also show off the shop, I guess. But yeah, all the medals I've been collecting, which you only get one apiece, the only purpose of it is to acquire various outfits for the multiplayer mode. That's it. It's completely pointless as fuck. That's all you get for the medals. And you have to get a fuck ton just to buy anything. It is absolutely retarded. I hate it. Anyway, let me check if there's an actual, like, timer. Let's see. I'll go to the main menu. I don't think there's an in-game timer, though. Here we go. So the closest thing to an in-game timer is 1 hour and 42 minutes. But it may not reflect this, since I know that Xbox can track based on whatever, but I still like playing the game. Gonna see how many more zones that there are. Let's see, this Golden Capital Zone, and there's 3 more to go. I guess I can go in the wiki really quick. See what stuff there is, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, Fang the Hunter. That was the character I mentioned earlier. Fang the Hunter. Yeah, well, it's not in game time, unfortunately, but I guess like with PlayStation, some games do actually show how long you've been in the game for. I guess, or like with Steam, or whatever. I'm just checking something really quick before I continue. It's actually only a couple more zones to go, so I don't know if I should try to finish it now or if I should move on to NieR on the PS3. It's also going to probably be accumulating after, as I'm doing this. I'm just checking something. Just going to go on, True achievements really quick. I know it seems kind of tacky to look up guides and shit, but I just want to make sure that I'm not like missing anything. Here we go. There's also another, what the hell is it? There's another, here we go, 100 medals and from bonus stages. That's like the one grindy-ass achievement that's in the game. When did Sonic Superstars come out? Good question. I looked at it. I'm on the wiki right now. This game came out in... It came out on 2023, actually. It actually released closely to Super Mario Bros. Wonder, which I've yet to play. Anyway, let me just check one more thing, actually. Okay. Alright. Okay, and, oh yeah, I'm gonna find one more, whatever. Alright. But yeah, this came out in 2023. So it's not that old. I guess I'll play around with Shadow Skin for a bit. It's so fucking tacky, but whatever. Ah. Anyway, I guess I'll do a couple more levels in this. I don't know if I'm going to finish the game right now, but I'll probably move on to NieR on the PS3 in a little bit. Unless you should want me to finish this first. I'm not 100% certain. Oh shit, those spinning things like in Carnival Night. Okay. I do wish there was a more even distribution of costumes or whatever. Like, I think it would have been kind of cool to have, like, what the hell is it? To call costume for Knuckles. I know it really doesn't make any sense, but whatever. Let's see. Amy having, I don't know, a Rouge costume, I guess, and even cream outfit for Tails, I guess. It's like the only thing you can really think of that might make sense or something. I don't know. It's like Amy has a couple extra costumes, but they're not really anything special, and everyone at least has the Lego set, which is just kind of dumb. Unfortunately, I don't really like the drop dash. I think it's really useless, and I don't like it at all. Shit. Get the chat back on the screen. Here we go. Damn it, if I was playing as Amy, I would have been able to get up there no problem, because I'm too used to the double jump now. God. I can't take this some more. Here we go, I got it. Okay, good. Yeah, this game is fun. I hope the local multiplayer for the whatever is better than the actual battle mode. I could shut it off really quick, but I promise you it's really nothing special. Okay, good. At least the rings don't go inside the lava like in Flame Core, whatever the hell it is in Sonic 06. That was really fucking dumb, by the way. Whoa. Fucking whole stage went upside down. What are we playing? Symphony of the Night now? Yo, imagine if there was like an actual Sonic ROM hack that added like something like that. That would be insane. The only thing that's missing now is like the upside down shit from Death Egg Zone in Sonic 3. Yeah, it's I know some people kind of mix on the inverted castle in Symphony of the Night, but if anything, I don't really like the Richter mode in that game, honestly. I feel like the game was not designed for Richter. Even playing the mobile port on Android, and that the game has a legitimate quick continue if you happen to die, making saving kind of redundant unless you turn off your phone. I really wish the game had some sort of live system where, you know, since I believe in Rondo of Blood, it was an actual live system since it was a traditional Castlevania game. Because I know that in the Android port, there's a quick continue function, which basically, whenever you die or whatever, it just resets you back to the room, whatever, with whatever you had. I feel like the game could have been a lot more bearable if there was a live system that incorporated something like that. Since just having one life bar with Richter and the lack of the things that actually made Symphony of the Night interesting just kind of makes it annoying to play, honestly. And it so sucks whenever I got the stuff in the Saturn version, like the extra levels or whatever. I know people are like, oh, it's just 2 extra levels. Well, I guarantee you that it would have at least made a better difference. And it's not like there hasn't been games that have done exactly that, where there's like 1 or 2 extra levels and yet it's exclusive to one platform, whatever. It's kind of the same principle, but I'll digress. At least the Android port isn't completely terrible. The touch control is a little awkward at first, but I didn't completely hate it. It's basically based on the PSP version, which means no, die, monster, you don't belong in this world bullshit that made the PlayStation port so infamous. It's also only like, what, $3, which I think is a definite steal. It's not even just like a sales price. Like, it's really, really cheap if you have an Android phone and you feel like playing an actual classic on the go instead of shitty-ass Genshin Impact or whatever gacha game is out there right now. I don't really see the appeal of free-to-play gacha games, honestly. I know I played games where there's like some sort of loot box system, like Guilty Gear Xrd's fishing mechanic, or what the fuck? Pig just stole my rings. What the fuck is this? Oh shit. Well, that's something I've never seen before. Oh. Well, I'll be damned. Anyway, and even Senra Kagura S-Full Versus having some sort of loot box with what panties you get for your characters or whatever, so it's nothing to spend real money to get it, so I don't consider that on the same league as spending money on fucking loot boxes and shit, whatever the fuck you want to call it, or pulling a card to get a random unlock, whatever. Hell, there's some sort of game on the Switch that's kind of like I can't think of it right now. It's like some sort of aerial combat game where the unlocks are based on loot boxes and you can only get a certain amount, I think, or whatever. And the unlocks aren't guaranteed or whatever. Whatever. Excuse me. And there was some sort of indie game that's kind of based on tennis and Zelda combined. And there was also loot box unlock system in that shit, which was weird. But you'd have to spend real money on it, but like, I don't know why people are so fixated on gacha games to begin with. Like, a lot of them are designed to be a type of game we have to spend a lot of money on just so you can get the one thing you want in the first place. And I just think it's really dumb. And there's also a couple of zones that make you play as one character, I guess. Where you actually fight against Fang, I think. So this should be fun. I don't know how these would work in local multiplayer, though. Would it be like 4 Knuckles is running around? I don't know. Like, I know it's the inherent point of gacha and shit, but it's just like, I don't think that making every game into that sort of thing is gonna save gaming or whatever. Like, I don't know why people are so fixated on that shit. Like, I don't want to spend money on a random unlock that I'm not even gonna be guaranteed to get. Like, Dead or Alive 6 already did that shit enough as it is with its stupid-ass, currency to get to build up a certain amount of points to get a costume, and then it's not even for a character that you're fucking using. In fact, GTA Online kind of has something like that with the fucking research and shit. That was the whole point of fucking gun running with the research shit. You had to get a bunch of shit for something that didn't even make sense to the fucking thing you're researching. So it just makes no sense that people make an exception to gacha because there's a sexy woman on screen. Or a dude if you're into that thing. But it just makes no sense to me. Oh my god, I'm gonna mess up again. What the fuck? Oh well. Like, imagine playing Twisted Metal and there's a gacha system where you have to spend money to get a costume or a skin for a character that you don't even use. Like, I just think that's really fucking stupid. Okay, so when you get all the 7 Chaos Emeralds, you deliver to Shenron and you have to make a wish. No, I'm kidding, but you do get the ability to transform into a super form as long as you have 50 rings. And you also get an ability each time you use them, though. Unfortunately, I've not been using them as much as I should. Though I know it's something that's new to the game, so I feel like being an asshole by not using them. But I'll probably clear this level and then I'll move on to NieR on PS3. They may have you stick around and do some Twisted Metal, I guess. Since I know that's a fan favorite. But like, not everything is to be a fucking gacha or whatever. Oh no. And especially with the ones that involve the free-to-play ones and having women in it or whatever. Or fan service as a whole. Like I mentioned, I know there's games I have played where there's some sort of RNG element to it, whether it be Summer Kagura's panties and shit, or Guilty Gear's fishing mechanic, but it's like... I don't think every game should have that. And especially if it involves real money, because that'd be really stupid. Like, I'd personally rather play Bayonetta than fucking Zenless Zone Zero. Not even kidding about that. And I'm not really not the biggest fan of Bayonetta, to be honest. I'll see if 2 and 3 are any better, but I don't think they're going to really change my mind, but I guess I'm not a true gamer unless I play gaming's greatest Devil May Cry game, I guess. Yeah, these things are really annoying. Oh well. I'll live, I guess. I also bought the DLC for NieR, so I kind of want to go through it now. Now I have the upper hand in gaming because I bought money for DLC, I guess, or whatever. At least there's only one, but still. And no, I'm not playing the remake or whatever. I'm playing the original, quote-unquote, or at least the original localization version. which I believe it got remade as NieR Replicant and not NieR Automata. So hopefully they'll put some confusion on the side. Not to humble brag, but I actually had it at GameStop. Yeah, GameStop. Used for about $20 USD. So it's actually kind of impressive. And it wasn't even like one of those shitty used not cartridges, excuse me. Those used cases. It was just about near complete too, which is surprising. They're like a dime a dozen nowadays, the PS3 games. I know it's also on the Xbox 360, but the Xbox store is listed on there. So if I want to get the DLC, I was basically fucked. And yes, I still have the PS3 hooked up for that reason, because you can actually get use out of it, unlike the Xbox 360. Also bought games like Anarchy Reigns again. I'm going to try to go through that at some point. Since I actually like the game, I just haven't played as much as I should have. It's also one of the few games I actually bought the actual soundtrack for, alongside Legendary and Def Jam Vendetta. Because the music really does kick ass in that game. And the gameplay is just all around stellar too. I actually like it a lot more than Bayonetta. I also just prefer the overall structure of Anarchy Reigns to Bayonetta. I don't care much for the hyper-linear combat bullshit or whatever the fuck that Bayonetta wants to have. I understand there's a skill value for that sort of thing, but Anarchy Reigns just does it so much better. Hell, she's also in the game too. My favorite in Sonic, in this game specifically, Amy, because she has a double jump, and if you notice from before, makes some of the parts a little easier. But if you mean like overall favorite Sonic character, I would have to say Gamma from Sonic Adventure 1. Omega to me is just like what id Software name only now did to Doom Guy. And I'm not even exaggerating. They took a character that actually had a lot of meaning and then just turned him to an angry, pissed off robot who only wants to kill Dr. Robotnik because reasons. That's pretty much his entire character ever since his debut in Sonic Heroes. He hasn't really made many other appearances in other Sonic games. But his entire character is just, I'm gonna kill Dr. Eggman, and that's it. That's his only fucking character. I fucking hate it. I also find it extremely ironic that my favorite character is as a counterpart who is also my least favorite. For reasons why I detest Doom nowadays, because they literally turned fucking Doomslayer into a shitty meme. And I hate it. I'll at least give 2016 that he was a bit more expressive compared to the other games, but that's about it. But I have to love people who actually say, oh, well, the cutscenes are optional in Doom Eternal, when people complain that Doom Eternal is too much story or whatever. That's just so retarded, I could actually make an entire rant about that. But I'll spare the tangent for now. I like to make people happy, not bored or sad or whatever. It's a complete antithesis on why people tune into live streams, because, well, they want to get away from shit, not be brought into it, I guess. Unless they like this sort of thing. Here we go. But yeah, I definitely like Gamma in the Sonic games, but Omega I detest so much. At least Gamma is also technically in Sonic Battle, so that's also an instant win. Even though there's a special move that he has where he basically pulls a martyrdom and just explodes after you kill him. Which kind of goes against his whole character point in Sonic Adventure, but screw the rules, I have money. At least it's not Omega, so I'm fine with it. Wait a minute, was that a Dr. Robotnik monitor? Do my eyes deceive me? Oh, you actually spin it around again. That's cool. Oh, it's just a magnet. Okay, I was gonna say. I thought that was a Dr. Robotnik monitor, because I believe in Sonic and Knuckles they added these monitors that basically hurt you, like the poison mushrooms from Mario, which is kind of interesting actually. Though they're kind of too common in Sonic Mania for my tastes. But that's another ordeal. I also like Mecha Sonic from Sonic and Knuckles. At least that's the one that he goes by. The boss you fight as Knuckles in Sky Sanctuary Zone, and not just because Super Mario Brothers Z is a thing. It's just I prefer Mecha Sonic over Metal Sonic. Mainly because of the fact that Mecha Sonic also goes supersonic to a point, so it's kind of cool. Well, his only glaring weakness in pure gameplay form only is that he has to temporarily get out of his super form. Funny enough, there's actually a Silver Sonic DLC, the Mecha Sonic from Sonic 2, but it's just a blatant reskin that doesn't even have the sound effects from Sonic 2, so I'm extremely disappointed by that. At least you can play it against bots though, so it's not entirely worth it, unlike Call of Duty, but it's still definitely the most half-assed thing I've seen from Sega in some time, if I'm going to be honest. It's sometimes an even worse multiplayer mode than Jet Set Radio Future. I know that's kind of sound kind of asinine, because Jet Set Radio Future's multiplayer mode was actually cool, it's just that there weren't really many options to duke out with the bots, and the characters actually unlock by playing the game a lot. What a shocker, playing a game to unlock content, never heard of it. But yeah, the battle mode of this game really is that bad. I'll show it off after I get to the boss, or after I beat the boss, excuse me. And then I'll move on to NieR, and then I'll basically be done. Maybe I'll do some Twisted Metal, depending on the mood. Whoops. Ah, fuck. Oh god, this is giving me a lot of Genesis vibes. Very specific comparison, I know, but still. There's a level in a lot of Genesis where you're riding for a magic carpet while avoiding fucking lava waves and shit. Not even kidding. I don't know why I'm reminded of exactly that. Like, this is such a really weird specific comparison that only I could come up with. Oh good, it's Fong. Okay, I know it's technically Fang, but I'm poking fun at Street Fighter V for a minute. Fuck. Well, here we go. Shit. Whoa. I love how serious Sonic is posing right now. He's like, oh yeah, I got attitude and spirit. This would look a lot less uncanny, though, if I wasn't wearing the fucking Shadow costume, honestly. I hope we fight that giant mech boss at some point. Anytime I see a giant, large robot in a Sonic game, it makes me wish that you get more boss fights like the one at the end of Sonic and Knuckles, with when you're fighting the giant Death Egg robot in space. A very simple fight in the grand scheme of things, but it was just really fucking cool. Rule of cool, motherfuckers. Shit. Well, at least the rings are nice enough to bounce in midair. Also, I realize they're playing Toho right now. Shit. I'm gonna die. Fuck. Wow, they make you go all the way back. Fair enough. Alright, I'll give it one more shot, and if not, I'll just, I'll use the power of Quick Resume to continue at a later date. I think to compensate for the fact you have infinite lives is that why bosses, whenever you fight Fang, is just much more harder, I think. I don't know if you want to call it a good design or not, but I think that's probably why they upped the difficulty, I guess. Whether or not you want to consider that good game design is entirely up to you, but, you know. People actually complain about that, where the boss is like, wow, the bosses are too hard, but you have infinite lives, so who cares? This is probably the most time-consuming one, though. Mainly because of this part, where you have to, like, just sit on your ass and just wait, I guess. But I guess I don't mind it too much. It's like, okay, we'll give you infinite lives, but we're actually going to make the game actually challenging, so you can't just hold right for 2 hours and get prizes and shit. Ah, shit, you actually can't jump for those. What the fuck? Oh, you can hit those. Okay, I didn't even know that. Shit. I thought they were like... Wow, I feel like a dumbass now. I actually would avoid an entire loss of time if I actually knew that. Oh well. I actually would prevent from doing it over again if I actually knew that, but oh well, I'm not going to hold the game against it. Just gotta make sure I have rings on the ready, I guess. But even though it makes no sense, the rings are bouncing in midair or whatever. At least you can still get them. So I feel that's more than generous by Sega standards. Shit. Fuck. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to do this at a later time. I don't want the whole stream to be just this. So this will have to come back at a later time. Call it a rage quit. I don't care. I'll just do something else and come back when I'm cooled down. Rage quit. Alright. Let's go ahead and do the final game for the night. Which is, of course, the greatest game of all time. That is not NieR Automata, but just NieR, I guess. The one where you play as Father NieR, I guess, because I guess it's a thing. Haven't played it in a while, so I might be a little rusty. But before I do actually pop in the disc, I'm going to check the PlayStation 3 store very quick. Or even the PS5 store, I guess. Or even just the PlayStation store on the computer. I also had to change daylight savings time as well. Because it is daylight savings time in the USA. So let me go ahead and do that. And yes, I know there was the PlayStation 3 update. I already took care of it, so don't worry. Sure, people coming in their pants about Sony updating the fucking PlayStation 3, I guess, but it really just means nothing. In all honesty, it's just them updating the PS3. What is all the hubbub about? I don't know. One of my tweets recently was getting a lot of likes. Probably because a Sonic account that actually follows me back but hasn't engaged in much conversation, if at all. Retweeted, I think, and I guess a lot of people just really like it. From at literally me_bad. There you go. He has Omega profile picture, but I don't hold it against him. I just hate the fucking character. I don't think he's a very interesting Sonic character at all. Let's see. Just checking something. Oh shit. First game I ever played. Hardest question. Probably the original Mortal Kombat on Super Nintendo. That's like the earliest one I can think of. Doing nothing but sweeping with Kano. And yeah, I know that version's a piece of shit, but whatever. Alright, I'm gonna boot up NieR now. Hopefully you enjoy it. Maybe if you're good, I'll do Twist of Metal at the end. The new one, I guess. Before I actually switch over to the game, though, I'm gonna have to extract something very quick. Actually, I'll save it for later. I don't want to reset the Elgato because it takes too long for my tastes. And there you go. Oh, but dubs are... Who plays games in English? I thought that fucking argument went to bed. Like a long-ass time ago. I hate people who are like that. Unless they pull a Capcom, there should be no reason to discriminate based on dub or sub. It's just extreme prejudice, honestly. But whatever. And yes, I named the character NieR because I'm an unoriginal piece of fuck. The one thing that does suck, though, is that there's actually an achievement for beating this game under 10 hours. So, as much as I want to enjoy the cutscenes, I really can't, because I don't know if this game is going to be worth a second playthrough. So, if I skip any cutscenes, I'm very sorry. Considering this is a game that you don't have to play in the hardest difficulty to get the achievements, I'd rather just do one playthrough and be done with it. I'm aware this is a type of game that has a lot of narrative going for it, but people don't care about narrative in NieR games because all they do is talk about fucking 2B or some shit. So I'm gonna do what they do and just play for the gameplay. And if they don't like it, they can kiss my ass. Like I said, I know there's the remaster or whatever that's called NieR Replicant, but after playing this, I don't know if I'm going to bother with that version, honestly. I'd rather play the one that's more faithful, I guess, as far as actual gameplay goes. I know it might seem kind of weird and shit, but I don't care. At least it's a decent mix of environmental exploration and combat arenas, so it's not completely terrible. It's not just condensed arenas like half the fucking game, so I don't mind. I like to have my cake and eat it too, believe it or not, which is why I don't really like Bayonetta. I wouldn't call it a bad game, obviously. Like, it obviously has a lot of polish. I just don't care for that type of game. Shit, where's the items button? Shit, I haven't played this in a while. Fuck. Here we go. Yeah, I have not played this game in a while. I almost died because of that. And it's the D-pad, I think. Got it. I hope the audio is okay on the PS3 because I actually have a splitter that does let me record in HDMI, but I know that the settings are different. I think, or actually no, I had to get it splittered so I don't have to keep using component shit. So I hope the audio in PS3 is okay. Let me know if I need to adjust or anything. Yeah, I guess I can't go any further than here, so nothing here. So let's just go back, I guess. I at least hope I'm going the right way, honestly. I'm not 100% certain on it. I know it's also a role-playing game, so you do get levels and shit for combat, but I don't know if I want to go for this whole game again, so I'm going to have to get the speedrunning shit out of the way. As much as it fucking pains me. Yeah, it's, you can definitely tell it was made during the 7th gen era where it actually has gameplay that isn't just your typical gameplay you see nowadays. And it's also made by Yoko Taro, I think it's his name, the dude who made the NieR Automata games. Unfortunately, not giving it proper justice since I'm going to be skipping the cutscenes, only because there's an achievement for beating the game under 10 hours. And I don't know if I'm going to go for this game again, so I might as well get that bullshit out of the way and just look up the cutscenes on YouTube or something. might seem really shitty, but I can't really think of anything else to compensate for the fact. I also have Drakengard 3, but I haven't gone for that yet either. Now, that's a game that should be condemned for selling the Japanese dub as DLC, which I think is really stupid. Like, in almost every game ever, you can have the option to switch between English or Japanese voiceovers, but for Drakengard 3, you have to pay for Japanese voices. That's just fucking retarded. Oh my god, I'm using an ableist language. I don't really fucking care. People can argue about dubs versus subs all you want, but when you're playing a video game, and a lot of them, whether they're faithful to the source material or not, if you have to pay for an alternate voice pack, that's just stupid. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, can you imagine if NetherRealm actually started charging DLC for the Italian voice pack of Mortal Kombat 1? Guess supposed to go this way. Oh well. Hope not wasting too much time, at least. Seems like it's not. I guess I have to go for the other door then. Shit. I know it's also on Xbox 360, but I know that the Xbox store isn't available anymore. So the one DLC this game has, you pretty much can't get anymore unless you emulate it. So have fun with that, I guess. I know there's also the remake or remaster, whatever, that's based on the original version of this game, where apparently in the original version, instead of playing as a middle-aged man looking after his daughter or whatever, you're playing as a younger dude who's looking after his sister or whatever. So, make of that what you will. But I know that this is the original version, and the original version is the one that didn't get remastered. So I'm going with the original version just out of, you know, not being a normie and playing the newer one. And plus it was only $20 at GameStop, so. And it was in, I wouldn't say mint condition, but it was in a respectable condition where it had the manual and shit and the actual cover and crap, so I think I got my money's worth. No voucher for the DLC, but I don't really expect that, to be honest. Not gonna be that fucking petty about it. Okay, I guess I went to the second floor and that's it. I don't know. I'm gonna have to reload my save. I don't want to add overall time to the clock, and then I'm fucked. Try that room, I guess. Yeah, I'm not really sure where to go, to be honest, so I'll just kind of do some other shit, I guess. I don't feel like running around for 5 hours and then realizing I messed up. So I'll just kind of fuck around, I guess, for a bit. Excuse me. But it's also admittedly that I have not played this in a while, so I kind of forgot a lot of shit. Yeah, I went to the second floor, and then what? I like the transitions, by the way. I do feel that it's kind of cool. Wait a minute, I went to the first floor, and I went to the second floor, so... Does this game use the British floor structure, or is there something I'm not understanding? Whatever. Don't worry, I'm not sick. Did she fall? Dumb bitch. Whatever. But yeah, there's a reason why I just prefer a decent combat game with more open direction than the hyper linear combat arenas as of yesteryear, whatever. So I'm getting ridiculously mauled down by these things. So I leave before I get a game over. So, do you celebrate St. Patrick's Day? Or do you use it as an excuse to drink like everyone else? Oh, that's cool. I unfortunately don't, but at least it's a good excuse to get drunk, I guess. Oh my god, NieR's birthday is on the same date as 9/11. We're fucked. Oh, you don't drink? Okay. Fair enough. Neither do I, but... It's ever appropriate time to take a sip. It's during St. Patrick's Day. Or New Year's Day. Or New Year's Eve, excuse me. Yeah, the DLC mentioned having... You have to go back and examine these things. So that's what I'm doing. Let's get some sort of a little pick-me-up, I guess. I'm always careful, except when I got bullied by those things there, so I'm gonna go and kick their ass, I guess. At least the game map isn't like ridiculously padded and like fucking Elden Ring or even Breath of the Wild. What game is that? If it's Elden Ring, I'm gonna have to respectfully decline. Oh, Inscription? I'll look it up, I guess. I can multitask while playing with one hand, I guess. Hopefully. Failed. At least I'm on the proper monitor side this time. Inscription. This is a game that's on Steam. It is a 2021 roguelike deck building game published by Devolver Digital. It is on consoles, but it's also on Steam. Let me check how big this game is, I guess. As I multitask horrendously, I'm sure. At least you can pause in this game, but I don't want to make it, I don't want to die because of it. Okay, it's not that big in size. We'd like to see people play it. Alright, I I can look into the PlayStation 5 store really quick. I don't think you'll get booted out of the PS3, I think. Done it plenty of times, as a wise man once told me. So getting fucked up by these things, I guess. I'm not using the roguelikes, I guess, but if the card building is decent, I guess, I could give it a shot. The only roguelikes that can really stand are Shades of Rogue and Crypt the Necrodancer. Mainly because I love the freedom that you get in Shades of Rogue, and Crypt the Necrodancer is just a genuine good time with custom music support, which I've yet to really experiment with. I love how I'm getting tutorials for shit that I've not... I probably should be doing, but I haven't yet. But alright, I'll entertain the idea. Just let me finish cleaning up house, I guess. At least the blood effects are nice. A little bit simplified, but they get the job done. Feels like every hit you're doing actually feels like you're doing something to them. And I think you're also absorbing the blood too, which is kind of cool. This might sound like a really petty complaint, but when I was watching the Mortal Kombat animated film, the first one with Scorpion in it, I know that Reptile had red blood, which kind of made me pissed off, because I know that in the games he had green blood, which is, you know, it would make sense to at least try to keep that continuity going at best, but whatever. Right, before I get grabbed by the ghoulies, I guess I can go ahead and check the PlayStation. Yeah, I'll check the PlayStation 5 store, I guess. I think if I switch to PS4, it's gonna boot me out of this. Not that it really matters, to be honest. I'll have to look up like a speedrun or some shit. And then once I get familiar with the game again, I can kind of get back into the groove. Excuse me. Alright, I'll entertain, I guess. Just give me a second. I apologize if I didn't really do NieR gameplay justice, honestly. It's something I've been wanting to play for a while now. It's just, I want to get the DLC, and I've been trying to grind in Xenoverse 2, trying to get to level 160. I feel like I'm not giving it the proper time of day. But alright, I'll look up the game, I guess. I don't think I spelled it right. Here we go. It's $20 on PlayStation. Offline play only, so it's purely single player. I can leave the stream up, or at least make it public. A lot of the streams I do want to say don't get really much traction, or if I do, it's just I'll be in and out, and then they don't show up, which I really get annoyed at, to be honest. But anyway, I guess I can entertain this for a minute, and then I'll probably play some Twisted Metal and probably be on my way out. From the creator of Pony Island and The Hex Comes, I have no idea what those two games are, honestly. I know the devs who made Shadow Warrior made some really weird Juju platforming game, and that's basically not really talked about. I don't know, it's like copyrighted music in this show, to be honest. I'm probably gonna get like a flag content ID or whatever the fuck, because trailers do be like that. Is this like some Five Nights at Freddy's shit with card games? There you go. Okay, good, because I would have been slightly offended. Only slightly. But yeah, I haven't really played a lot of, roguelikes. Like I said, the only ones I really dabbled with is Crypt of the Necrodancer and Streets of Rogue. Not that I hate the genre, but it's like... a lot of them just feel like arcade games, I guess, or whatever. Where it's, I don't know. It's kind of hard to describe, I guess. I feel like an asshole for to just describe it, so I'll just shut up. Like, technically, Streets of Rage, no. Streets of Rogue is labeled as a roguelike, but it's not that the roguelike implementations that a lot of games have that make it annoying as a matter of fact. And there's also things you can add to the game to make it more fun, I guess, with the various modifiers and shit. Not to mention that both games have local multiplayer, which is always good. And Crypt of the Necrodancer literally has a tutorial mode of sorts where if you were to, say, die in a boss you haven't fought yet, you can pay the premium currency that's in the game, and you can basically practice in the boss, and then when you get to the boss, you know how to fight it. So the game literally gives you the tools you need to beat the enemies. I really like that. But even though they're roguelikes, I don't feel like that they're roguelikes in the sense that they hamper your gameplay on purpose, if that makes sense. But I could give it a fair shot, I guess. But anyway, I guess to conclude, despite the really shitty NieR gameplay, I'll do something that I hope I enjoy the fun. Well, I have to get there first, but I'm going to do something that I haven't done in a while, and that's actually playing Twisted Metal 2012. Except I'm going to try to beat some of the levels, I guess. Just showboat, I guess. Because I talk a big game, so I'm going to play big game, I guess. Let me just make sure that I turn off the music, obviously, because this game does have a good load of licensed music, and I can't have that, unfortunately. Because YouTube is ass when it comes to that. So let me change accessory settings, and we'll get right into it. Alright. Yeah, I gotta turn off the music, unfortunately. Yeah, music volume and music channel is set to off. Because of shitty ass YouTube. I don't really care, to be honest. Anyway. Well, it's just because of how YouTube implements copyright and shit. Anyway. I can show off my par times, I guess, if you want to call it that. Or best times. See if I can beat my record of 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Or even, yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing this fucking level again. I hate it. I'll do this one, though. This one was at least kind of fun. Made all the vehicles white, and I made Juggernaut into a fucking giant cow. Because I'm funny. And of course, made Sweet Tooth into Dark Tooth, because I'm a creative motherfucker. And Talon the tiger, I guess. And yes, I got the laser pistol, so don't worry. And also Warthog as well. I hope the audio's okay, by the way. Alright, let's see if I still remember how to play this. I have not played this since I last done it, so here we go. Alright, so first things first, we gotta go find Juggernaut and just... I already fucked up. I already fucked up. I have to use the alternate special, or the regular one. Not the crane, this the standard one. To quote Deadpool, I pushed the wrong button. There you go. Alright, so first of all, it's very important that you get a proper spawn, because believe it or not, spawns do make a difference. And just unload on that motherfucker. But also trying to keep a safe distance, as I failed to do so horrendously. Now, I also find that using mega guns on the motherfucker is definitely makes it a lot more valuable, in the sole fact that even though the Juggernaut technically has a weak spot on the front of the truck, any damage you do on this fucker is still better than nothing. But you definitely want to make sure that you try to take care of that one before the other one goes kaput, as I horrendously fucked up on that. So where you spawn actually does make a difference, because you want to get the mega guns and just unload on Juggernaut very quickly. Yeah, I haven't done this in a while, so you can kind of consider this a live guided walkthrough. It also goes without saying too, but remembering where the spawns are is extremely important. But you just basically want to focus on Juggernaut. Try to get in some good damage. Not too terribly close though, because you don't want to be interrupted out of that move. And just let God sort him out, as they say. And also keep an eye on that health bar as well, because obviously if you die, you're basically dead. As I fucked up again. But yeah, as to be expected, the Mega Guns absolutely melt Juggernaut. Thankfully, I don't know why I gendered the cars. I'm an asshole, I know. Thankfully, the trailer is also a hitbox. I know that hitting the front does more damage, but with Mega Guns, you'll still do a decent amount of damage. But definitely where you spawn does make a difference. Definitely want to get homing missiles as well, so that you can fire at the Juggernaut. And the health does take a significantly long time to spawn, so you don't want to be greedy with the health. Really got to conserve that health. I think you get 2 refills before the par time is up, if I remember correctly. As I really fuck up. Yeah, you don't want to be you don't want to stand still and fire a lot. You're gonna die very quickly. I know I'm doing extremely horribly, but that's the strategy I probably recommend using. This is untwisted. I can even show you if you want. You can't change the difficulties when you select a save file, unfortunately. But I'll go back just to make sure. Yeah, you can't change difficulties when you select the save data, which I find really obnoxious. But yes, it is untwisted. Alright, let's try this again. I'll try the Magnum, I guess. I don't know if you get that earlier. I don't know if you get that later on, though. Let's screw it. Shit. There we go. I think I got it. I think. Yeah, unfortunately I wasn't fast enough, but you basically don't want to take too long in destroying those juggernauts, as I fail horrendously. Basically gotta get the 2 mega guns and then just go to town. And preferably the Magnum, I think, since I know that does some damage, I think. I know I'm extremely incompetent, but at least I'm trying, damn it. And I'm not, like, raging. I wish I could, but, you know, it's late. I already fucked up. Shit, I didn't pick up the mega guns. I'm really fucked now. I'm terrible at this. I think you do get Talon by the time you get to this point, if I remember correctly. But I would still say that fighting Iron Maiden is a lot harder, because at least once you get a good pattern with this level, it's not so bad. It's just the opening part is what's really annoying. Most people, oh, this is the hardest mission in the game. Well, it technically is, but at least you kind of have a decent leg room to get by once you get past the hard part, I would say. But I would say it's also map memorization and when the power-up spawn is the most important bit. As with any first-person shooter War for Soul. As I horrendously fuck up again. You know, gotta find those power missiles, gotta find the homing missiles because they have better tracking. And fire has slightly better damage, but not slightly better tracking. Guess that's why homing is so loved, I guess. And just gotta stay back and just lay pressure on him from a respectable distance. That's the part I'm kind of fucking up on, unfortunately, is that part. Excuse me. But at least the spawns are fixed. It's just that you might spawn in a spot that you might not want to be at, and that can really fuck up your run, because you also have to do this in a certain amount of time as well if you want to get gold. Because beating the level isn't just an accomplishment, but it's also having to do this level fast enough to get the gold, which you have to do if you want to unlock Warthog, because the developers are assholes and they make you go for the gold in the hardest difficulty, which is asinine. at least hope mine fails, but at least a good strategy is at least somewhat entertaining. I know someone's probably looking at this like, wow, this person sucks. I think I had to redo this level, I think, because I didn't get the gold the first time, and I was kind of pissed off about that, actually. Yeah, because Talon's armor is so light, and Juggernaut can just punish you, especially on Twisted, you really can't afford to get close at all, but since you're doing damage anyway, that shouldn't be a problem. It's just that because you're playing on Twisted, the damage is so amplified, you basically have very little resistance. Which is probably why Juggernaut's hitbox can be hit anywhere, even on the back of the trailer. So playing the distance game but laying down the smackdown is probably the better idea, I think. But you also be extremely conservative with the health pickups as well, because they don't spawn for some time. So you really can't afford to be careless. There we go, I finally got him. Like, it's just a matter of finding that good pattern and then just playing extremely carefully once both Juggernauts are dead. That's the even more insane part, is once the Juggernauts are finally dead, and it's just a matter of not fucking up after that ridiculous run. But definitely weapon placements, locations is extremely important. Because you want to make sure you get them before the enemy does, especially with the health pickups, because I think they can pick it up. And I believe this mission specifically... How come I don't use the D-pads? Because the shield is... I don't think the shield gives you enough time compared to what Black does, and I'm pretty sure they could just get out of it almost immediately. Like, it barely lasts enough time. Like, I find it to be extremely ridiculous that the shield maybe lasts half of a second. So I don't really use it that much for that reason. I understand that it's useful, but I really think that it should not take as long as it does. There's also a clip where it was, I don't know if you've seen it, but there was a highlight I did where I was fighting the Iron Maiden boss, and when I was shooting the EMP at the limo, it went right through the fucker, so I stopped using it for that reason. Them some Dark Souls 2 hitboxes right there, if I've ever seen it. It's not even that I miss, it's just how I got gold because it was hard. Patience and spawning, yeah. Memorizing the spawns and patience. And also having some luck with where you actually spawn. I was also binge watching the Twisted Metal show, so I was kind of a little relaxed. But yes, I can definitely see why people consider this a really hard mission, and probably the hardest in the game, but I consider the Iron Maiden fight to be even harder. You just have to really be careful with your distance. Like, that's the part that a lot of people are going to probably fuck up on, is that distance, because you're still doing damage. It's just you don't want to be too close, because then you're going to die. And that's the part I'm really fucking up on, is being too close. And also that. And mind you, this is the digital version, so I couldn't do the that glitch that I believe was patched, where you can get infinite ammo from the co-op. So I did it legit on the digital version, because the save data between the physical and digital versions are completely different for no apparent reason. But I will say part of my luck was just the spawns I get. Because a lot of it just comes down to just making sure that I get everything in time and just not being too close. Because that's the thing that's kind of annoying, is that you're trying to focus on doing damage, but then you don't see that your health is being melted away, and that's what kind of really fucked me over. Is that because Juggernaut can just melt your health bar in seconds, it's kind of hard to notice that. Fuck. Also, doesn't hope that, as with every Twisted Metal game besides 3 and 4, all the AI gangs up on you unless it's supposed to be a tournament, but I'm not going to really get into that. But I think the main strategy that I would probably recommend, even though I'm failing horrendously at it, is obviously not to get too close and just unleash all of your abilities before going for the turret, because I think that's what's fucking me over, is that I'm using that first instead of my other shit. Because technically Mega Guns does a lot more than the turret. It's just I'm being extremely reckless and careless and stupid, and not showing any skill in any capacity. And I apologize for my shitty gameplay. At least I got some damage. I'm gonna die now. Fuck. I can't imagine doing this with any other vehicle, though. It would just be impossible. At least Talon, you have the high ground, but it's you might as well pick Talon for the sole fact that it's you're eating some layers while watching. That's good, at least. I'm at least glad I'm being entertaining while hopefully trying to provide a decent strategy. If at that. Besides the part I'm actually supposed to be winning. Shit. I could probably try another level that's not as annoying as this. I could probably try doing one of the racing missions. Whichever one you felt that was the most annoying. And you get to watch me do it. Again. It really sucks this game wasn't added on the PS4, PS5 remastered library. I know it's not the greatest Twisted Metal game, but for a modern take on it, I still think it holds up pretty well. Honestly, I think David Jaffe tried to do what Carmageddon did, but failed horrendously. Which is kind of shitty, honestly, because Carmageddon is not as obnoxious as the racing that is in Twisted Metal 2012. It's actually a thing that games are supposed to be fun and silly sometimes. Unless you're playing Corpse Party, then it's just fucking miserable throughout the whole fucking thing. Like that. And if you know anything about Corpse Party, that shit is just like horror, but for anime weeps, I guess. I'm certainly not a fan of it myself. I'm not going to request they censor just to pander to me. It's obviously made for a very niche audience. Obviously. And it's certainly effective at tingling that spine of just being downright creepy, but that's why I prefer something like Alien Isolation. I don't play games that legit make me uncomfortable. Alien Isolation is a different exception to the rule. But I'll digress before I sound like a fucking ninny. Shit. Damn it. Fuck. Is there a racing level you want me to attempt? Or should I keep suffering with this? I feel like the nostalgia critic right now, except the part where I remember so you don't have to, except I'm also failing. Oh, the desert map? Okay, I'll try it. Alright, let's get out of here. I guess that one's the most lenient, but it's, you're basically forced to use a fast car because of how retarded the fucking, the rubber banding is. I remember what the time I had originally, but I don't care. Maybe I'll actually beat it. I doubt it. Welcome to Diablo Ass. Alright, here we go. So yeah, you basically have to play the racing levels in a very contrived way, because you cannot use anything else besides the fast cars, because obviously the rubber banding will just not be in your favor whatsoever. Well, at least there's no rules against the Pokemon. I mean, blowing up your competition while you're at it. Since ideally Crimson Fury has some pretty weak armor, you probably can get away with being able to load a bunch of homing missiles on him, and maybe affording missing a gate just so you can keep up with him. At least you have some leeway to get rid of the competition. And also using the Shock EMP, which is probably better than what Crimson Fury gets, but if you have to miss a gate, I'd probably go for the one that you can get the shortcut on so you can get some good time. And of course, also make sure you pick up the gas canisters too, since they not only completely refill your turbo, but they can definitely let you drive a lot faster than expected. And now it's just a matter of going back without fucking up too much, which I'm probably going to do. because I'm a great skilled player, obviously, who clearly beat that one mission on my first try. Very so, obviously. At least there's plenty of health pickups, which is good. And plenty of weapons. It's just David Jaffe's idea of a race like this is just really shitty. He could have done what Carmageddon did and would have probably been a lot more interesting. If you ever played Carmageddon, that game is actually really fun. It's also on Xbox, I believe, and PlayStation 4. Or if you have a PC... Ah, shit. Gate missed. Miss one more gate and you will self-destruct. Oh, shit. Yeah, if you want to take shortcuts, you have to keep in mind that missing any gates is basically bad news bears. But you should be allowed to have a lot of reflexes, or not reflexes, a lot of wiggle room if you take the penalties, I guess. And there we go. Kapow. At least I did it on my first try, unlike that other mission. What other mission? I don't know. At least it's somewhat satisfying to see the opponents blow up after all that. Oh shit, I actually beat my time by 8 seconds. It's not bad. I think. Now, that doesn't mean that just because I did really well in the mission doesn't make the level any less shitty. It just means that I put in enough time to deal with the shit. Which some people don't understand that. It's like, okay, yes, I put in time to learn the ins and outs of that level, but it's still a really shitty level. So why people excuse it is anybody's guess. This one is definitely more annoying though, because you really have to pay attention to the gates. Gate missed. Missed a checkpoint. Miss 2 more gates and you will self-destruct. But yeah, I definitely also recommend using Kamikaze, not just because it's a fast car, but the alternate special kind of works like the EMP, so you can technically freeze opponents in place. So it's actually a lot more effective than using Crimson Fury, believe it or not, simply because you actually freeze people compared to the area of effect with the flames. It's like Fruit of Fire and Flames, except you want to actually freeze people and not, well, whatever. I didn't get to show it off, but I'm pretty sure it has an EMP effect, not just some burning effect. At least also given some wiggle room in the sense that as long as you come in 4th place, at least 4th place, you can then participate in a deathmatch. But that is still kind of annoying because you have to play very carefully at that point, because if you mess up, you have to redo the entire racing again, and I really fucked up on this ramp. The most blatant Sonic levels of bad hitboxes ever. It's like in Sonic 4 when Sonic just walked right up a half-quarter pipe. It's dumb. I've actually seen people get really fucked up by, was it Death Warrant or Roadkill's, I think it's not Roadkill, sorry, Roadboat with his magnet and shit. You think you could be able to use it for that purpose, but the AI just has ridiculous rubber banding that it's just literally no use. And also, speaking of bad detection, the fucking detection on the gates themselves can be really shitty. Like, I've actually had races lost just because the game did not detect the checkpoints. Not even Carmageddon penalizes you that much for missing a checkpoint. And I don't think the game actually penalizes the enemies for missing checkpoints. So Calypso is very biased, which is always fair. But since you do have to do the combat sequence at the end, you definitely want to try to stock up on. I feel like, I'm sorry if I'm talking as if I haven't done this already, but it's just keep the mood going, I guess. But basically, because you have to do combat at the end of the race, you definitely want to try to stock up on as much weapons as you can. It's like the errand run from hell while being plummeted by various people, so you can't really waste weapons too much. And you gotta save them for the big battle at the end. So things like power missiles, other missiles and shit, try to save your specials for later. And just hope that you get a good pattern and not get fucked up too much. Because that can really screw you over too. And also definitely use that turbo too, because sometimes the game does not detect your turbo input, as I clearly should have lost that, but I somehow didn't, so I don't know if I should consider it a dub or otherwise, but there you go. Wait, how the hell is Dark Side of all vehicles able to keep up? That's just nonsense. Isn't that like one of the slowest vehicles in the game? Bullshit. Wait, there's a checkpoint that can easily be missed. I think one coming up that can also be easily missed. I think you can also overshoot it as well. So that's always fun, and I actually died. So that's nice. Well. I like how it said you lose after my vehicle already blew up. I thought it was fucking obvious. Oh well. There we go. Shock freeze hit. It actually does freeze people, although I don't know why it says shock freeze when... Isn't it just an EMP? Yeah, that is actually intentional, because I believe whoever made the AI coding for the game, every Twisted Metal game that isn't Twisted Metal 3 and 4, they basically target you all at once, even though the main point of Twisted Metal is to be a tournament to see who can beat each other, I guess, and the whole point of Twisted Metal is last man standing. And yet they all just kind of gang up on you. It's kind of annoying. As to put it best by Todd Howard, it's not a bug, it's a feature. Or whoever said that. I feel like he said that. There is at least some thrill into playing this, but it's still not the most fun thing to go back to for racing, as I hit the edge of the ramp again, which is somehow makes you move slower than molasses. But every Twisted Metal game does that, unfortunately. I think even Road Trip and even... Yeah, Rogue Trip, not Road Trip, no. That's why I call it Rogue Trip. Whatever. Yeah, how is Darkseid in third place? Like, come on now. That is some ridiculous rubber banding. Come on now. I'm going to have to call a lot more malarkey on that. Oh, that's another gate that can be easily missed right there. You can actually overshoot that and you'll actually die because of it, which I just find annoying. A lot of the gates can easily miss because your car just goes that fast. And the detection is just really shitty, unfortunately. Yeah, that's another gate you can easily miss. You missed 5 gates. You have lost the battle. I love how my card just disappeared during the pause screen. Anyway, well, I think that's enough of Twisted Metal, but because I'm in a good mood, I'll go ahead and do 2 more bonus games, I guess. But I actually have to go get them, so I'll be back in just a minute. So don't go anywhere. Alright, I'm back. Now let's end this in style. I'll start with the better game first, because I just think it's infinitely better compared to the other one. Oh, shit, it's actually not in here. Well, fuck it. Alright, I might as well go with the other one then, sorry. Ah, shit, I actually turned off the Xbox. Well, I'll still get around it, because I actually do want to show it off now. But anyway, let me go ahead and switch over to the title might give it away, but from the developers who know vehicular combat. I'll go ahead and entertain this for a little bit. Actually, wait, I can't do that because if I do, I have to go for that level in Sonic. So unfortunately, I can't tonight. Excuse me, but I will next time. I just remembered. So, yeah. Really sorry about that. But anyway, let me change up memory cards really quick. I don't know if I have the save on here or not. I probably should. Actually, I renamed these honestly because these are fucking cringe. I don't know what the hell this is for. I guess I don't have it. That's really strange. I thought I did. Maybe it's this one? No. I don't know what the hell one is for. Yeah, I don't think I actually have it on here. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, I do not. Which really sucks. Bunch of saves. Yeah, I don't have it, unfortunately. Now I feel like an asshole. Fuck. Well, let's not let the downside bring us sorrow. Well, at least end it off on one good note before I head off for the night. You'll see. From developers who know vehicular combat.
Within visual range now.
Something on the scanner. It's big. Are you picking this up, Kinsman?
Yeah, I copy. Looks like some kind of realistic structure.
Say again, Kinsman? You're breaking up. Something must be... Whoa!
What the hell is that?
You tell me.
Can you back up a bit, McCragen? Let's get a better look.
Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Something...
What's going on down there? McCragen! McCragen!
Yeah, now that I think about it, I'm actually surprised that this game got a T rating, despite the fact that the dude's face melted off in the opening, like with Indiana Jones. But yeah, this is the other vehicular combat game that Single Track made besides Rogue Trip, and honestly, I don't really like this game. I guess I could leave the music on, but I'll put it to like 75, I guess. But let's see. Missions is the story. Battle is the playing the missions any order, and then death mode is just the vehicular combat mode. So it's kind of like what Rogue Trip did before. I'm not really sure which one came out first. Soviet diehards. I hate the damn French. But yeah, just like in Twisted Metal, you have the various vehicles. You have the bio, though it might be kind of hard to read, even with the filtering off and shit. The font is kind of ineligible, if that's the word I'm looking for. I'll just go with the Soviet diehards. But yeah, the main reason I don't really like this game is because even though the gameplay is still more or less like Twisted Metal, they make you do that mission-based crap that's just not that fun. At least in Rogue Trip, you still had to do the what the fuck is the tourist shit, but you still won levels by simply blowing up the competition. But this one you have to do other shit that's just very obnoxious and tedious. It also doesn't help that the unlocking the boss in this game is just not very fun at all. I think the super makes you charge at the enemy. Like Dark Side, I guess it's... Oh, shit, I'm dead. Oh, never mind. I'm still alive. Fuck. But yeah, I could see it like being an interesting idea at the time, but I don't know. It just doesn't really translate well, honestly. I know if there's a way to like watch the endings again or whatever, which is something that these games have a lot of issues with. Like, I don't think there's a password system, I think. I don't know if Rogue Trip had it, though. I really don't remember. I think you can like put in passwords for like cheats and shit, but I know there's like actual passwords for like levels and shit. But it was still kind of annoying. You love games like these. I do too, but I don't think this one is the best in the genre. I personally prefer Vigilante 8. I think that game is a lot better. As I fuck up and die again. But yeah, while I'm doing this shit horribly, I'm gonna actually do a death mode because I don't like this fighting the orb shit. So to be fair, I haven't played this game in a long time, and probably for good reason, because I don't care for that shit. But anyway, let me look up how to unlock the characters in this game, because it's just fucking obnoxious. I'm gonna put critical stuff, which is funny, but no, that's not what I want. And yes, I'm actually playing this off the disc. I don't know if it was released digitally. I believe Ted 2.5D Gamer made a video about it, so he might explain it better than I did, at least in the description. I'll go with the French. I really hate the damn French. If you get the reference, you're pretty alright. I'm not sure which level to pick, to be honest, because they're just... They don't scream like... You know, I think this is the final level, I think, the transmitter. If I remember correctly. But let me get back to the search for how to unlock stuff. Actually, I'm gonna pause here because I have to explain this shit. So, there's technically 4 vehicles you can unlock. But the way the game does it, you have to beat the game on hard mode, and this is also one of those games where if you don't play the game on the hardest or whatever, you don't get access to the rest of the game, so basically something that Twisted Metal 2 did, which fucking sucks. Like, one of the unlocks is a vehicle known as Mr. Fat, where it says beat the game on the medium setting, and then defeat Mr. Fat with a combo attack of at least 48 points of damage. What the fuck? Then, to unlock the Agent 326, which is basically the Crimson Fury of the game, you have to beat the game as Mr. Fat, and then defeat the Cephalopods with a final score of at least 1 million points. Again, that's just like, what the fuck? Then you get the Abaddon Submarine, which is just beating the game as Agent 326 on the Captain difficulty. So 2 of those 4 vehicles, you have to do something extremely specific, and there's no way to just unlock them via button codes like with Minions, Sweet Tooth, and other vehicles, and it's just insanely dumb. And also, when you enter the initials, the profile saves that one, so you basically need 2 saved games to do proper 2-player mode. It's insane. And also, for whatever reason, the game legit punishes you for using cheats, which is also fucking stupid. But let me go ahead and stop bitching and actually play the game. Oh, I'm the Mrs. Sime apparently. There you go. I'm clearly telling a lot of these vehicles were inspired by Twisted Metal's roster. Shit. Fuck. But yeah, it's mainly just because of how to unlock the characters and the fact that the game basically makes it not only that if you're not playing on the hardest difficulty you can't progress at all, and that if you use cheats you're also penalized. It's just really fucking retarded and I hate it. Like, I legit had to fire up the game on EPSXE and find a save file from Lewis, I think his name is, on YouTube, just to find the values in which shows what values the characters are unlocked, just to actually enjoy it. Because going through all those hoops just to play as extra characters in the game like this is just unnecessary. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a lot more difficult compared to Twisted Metal, but I'll go ahead and play the game on the easy difficulty for now. I think also on TV Tropes it does mention that the game cuts off after a certain point. So that's probably why, because getting my ass kicked, I'm playing on Captain difficulty, and Deck Swapper is the easy mode. So I'll try on that, I guess. I have to find that trope that describes the mocking you for easy, for playing the game on easy, because I know there's something that happens for that. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's a winner is you trope. I gotta see if Critical Depth is on here. Let's see. Not run and gun. I don't know if you want to consider Twisted Metal a run and gun game. I mean, you're... Oh, maybe under driving game? Here we go. I'll just click on open/close all folders. I'll try this character, I guess. But yeah, this game does take quite a bit of a learning curve compared to Twisted Metal 1 and 2. It is unique in a way, but it doesn't always mean that the game is good automatically, due to the fact. But basically the gist of this game is that you gotta collect these pods and then drop them off or some shit. That's kind of the whole point of the mode, I guess, which I don't really find to be that exciting. But you also play the game in the hard mode or whatever if you want to get the other boss characters or whatever. So it is definitely going to be annoying due to the fact. Which I know that in the other games you were at least given passwords or whatever to get them, and even as much shit as you want to talk about Twisted Metal 3 and 4, at least they had passwords to give you the characters. Or if you or in the case of Twisted Metal 4, just go for the game once. Or even just beating the final level, you get all the bosses from the get-go. You don't have to do some stupid bullshit just to unlock them. In this game, though, no. They make you do a bunch of shit, and it's just not even worth it, honestly. It's also autopilot mode is supposed to help, you find the stuff. But I think it might be more conflicting. I think. I say Rogue Trip is a lot better than this, honestly, but I can see the appeal of this if you're really into naval combat, but I just don't think that it translates well, honestly. At least it's more playable than what the hell is the other game called? Cell Damage. I didn't like Cell Damage at all. I think that version on PS4 and Xbox One is just shitty. This game's art style reminds me of Iron Lung. I'm not sure what that is, but I'll take your word for it. But yeah, you find the pods and then you go to the portal, I guess. And you do that for quite a bit, and it kind of drags on, honestly. I'm not gonna go for the whole game. I might go up to like the first sub boss, whenever that is. We're gonna probably get off. Gotta put that game back. That I thought was something else, but it wasn't. But even something like Rogue Trip, with the main gimmick being that you can pick up the tourists and drop them off and stuff, they kind of use that as a mechanic to where you can upgrade your weapons and stuff, but the whole goal of each level was to actually blow up the competition. Whereas in this one, it's just find the pods and then get to a certain point. Like, I just don't think it translates into anything exciting, honestly. If unlocking the characters wasn't so convoluted, I might be a little more nicer, but it's just annoying, honestly. I know it might make me really scrubby, especially considering that I literally just got done playing Twisted Metal 2012, but it's I don't know. I don't have patience for that sort of thing, honestly. But at least it's playable. It's just not for me personally. At least it's also a lot better than 007 Racing. Now, that game is actually kind of shitty. Tries to be like a mission-structured Twisted Metal game, but also being, unironically enough, made by the same devs who would eventually go on to make Ride to Hell Retribution. And no, I'm not kidding. I do have some nostalgia for 007 Racing, but that doesn't mean the game is good by any imagination. It has some of the shittiest difficulty curves ever, and it's just terrible. Definitely not the best idea for a Bond video game. And especially calling it 007 Racing. Implying they're going to have some Crash Team Racing styled kart-based gameplay where one person is James Bond, the other person is Oddjob, the other person is Jaws, and you have Baron Semide or whatever just racing around in various locations. No, it's just a mission-based structure, twisted metal type of game. I wouldn't really say it's that fun for that reason either. It's not even like a mode we can play against the bots or whatever. It says a one-player story and a two-player battle mode. I'm not even kidding. What also sucks is there's actually this one of the cheats is actually that lets you play as a not cargo bot, no, crane lifter. I don't know what the hell their things are called. The crane lifts, the ones in the warehouse over. But then as I messed about with RetroArch, I found out that you can actually find the values of the cars in the game. You can actually play as various vehicles that would normally only appear in certain missions, like the pedestrian cars and shit, which kind of reminds me of how GoldenEye did that when you got to play as the characters in multiplayer mode or just like the generic henchmen or whatever. But yeah, you don't get that. It's just there, I guess. Ugh. I'm not sure what level has the boss or not. So I guess after this I'll probably get off. I apologize if I don't sound the most entertaining right now, but this game is not exactly my cup of tea, but I can at least appreciate it for what it did at the time. I just think Road Trip and even Vigilante is just much more enjoyable, honestly. Let me see when this game came out, actually. I'll actually look up when Rogue Trip came out, because now you got me curious. I'll just go on Game FAQs and go to developer single check and then compare release dates, because I know that they made this and the other game, so let's see. Let's see, this game came out in 1997. Which means that it came out after Twisted Metal 2. But I'll go ahead and list the other games they made. And I'm going to mention both sides of it, I guess. Let's see, 1995 you got Twisted Metal and Warhawk. In 96 you got Twisted Metal 2 and Jet Moto. Then in Japan you got the PC ports of Twisted Metal 1 and Air Assault. And yes, the original Twisted Metal game got a PC port in Japan. I'm not sure what Air Assault is. Oh, it's just the Japanese name of Warhawk, my bad. Yeah, it's just Air Assault is just the Japanese name of Warhawk, my bad. Well, at least I learned something new. There you go. Then for the PlayStation in 97, you got Critical Death and Jet Moto 2. Then you got the PC ports of Jet Moto and Twisted Metal 2, which did come out in North America. Then in 1998, they got Outwars, which was a third-person arcade shooter game. I'm not sure what that translates to. I'll have to see if Magic Packs actually has a re-download this game. I doubt you can buy this on Steam or some shit. It would be fun if you could. I took the boxes really quick. Huh. Interesting. And then finally, in 1998, yeah, 1998, you got Road Trip Vacation 2012 and Street Coverboard Racing. Oh, it's actually a 4-player split screen. I might actually have to cop this, as the kids say these days. Can always use more local multiplayer goodness. Oh, this looks like one of those hoverboard games. Okay, it has a health bar similar to GoldenEye. What the fuck? It may not even be a health bar, but the fact that you have the health, the 2 meters inside, though not correctly positioned, is kind of suspect. But I'll digress. And then the last game that they made was actually Animorphs Shattered Reality, which apparently is based on some show or book or something. And apparently the game trivia on Game FAQs is fucking hilarious to me. But yeah, Critical Depth came out before Rogue Trip. So I think after that they went back to basics, and Rogue Trip is, some people would be considered the real Twisted Metal 3, since it plays a lot like Twisted Metal. So there you go. Alright, let me finish up this level and then I'm going to get off. Sorry for the long pause of gameplay, I just had to rant a bit. Okay, good. Glad to hear it. I don't think this game was released on the PlayStation 3 store, though. I think it was one of those games that never got the digital treatment. I'm not 100%. I could check, though, before I get off, but I don't think this did get the digital treatment. That's how I'm actually playing it for the disc. But yeah, it really does play a lot like Twisted Metal, but just underwater. But I don't know, this pod chasing thing, I think it would have been a lot better if there was a separate mode where it was just about the vehicular combat instead of the pod crap, but I'll digress. Like, I know Rogue Trip kind of had something similar with the people to pick up for money, but you were still asked to eliminate the competition. Levels don't even end until you find the pods and then go to the one spot on the map, which is that X. For some reason, when I look at it, I think it's a fucking butterfly. I don't know why. But it's, people might like if they really enjoy that naval side of combat, but I don't know. Just the process of unlocking characters in this just kind of bogs any interest in playing in the long run. Not even Twisted Metal, what was it, Small Brawl was annoying with that, because you only had to go for the levels on hard, I think, and then do the survival levels, I think, so it wasn't as bad, I guess. It was also a lot more digestible, too, compared to this. I'm sorry if I keep repeating that point, but it just has to be said that when you're playing a game like this, it's it really would have been nice if there's at least some sort of password system that lets you temporarily access the characters. Just gonna be honest. already convoluted enough as it is to unlock, so... If I had the save file, I would have picked Agent 326, if that's his name. I already forget now, but it's... I know Lewis, I forget his channel name, but he's the dude that makes a lot of Twisted Metal videos. He actually had a save file with the characters unlocked. But the thing is that the save is tied to the initials, so if you don't even enter it, you can't even use them, which I just think is absolutely ludicrous. Like, the initials you put in the beginning of the game are tied to your save data. Which I just find... Like, who does that? I mean, this isn't NBA Jam. It's the only other game I can think of where the save system is exactly that, which is based off of initials. I don't know. It's just whack. I don't think you can have two of the same name, I think. I think you have to have two different initials, I think, or have it copied from one memory card to the other. I don't know the exact details, but I know that's not the most satisfying thing in the world. Oh, I was gonna say, how the hell did I get that? I don't think I put in a cheat code by accident, did I? No. Oh, there we go. Okay. There's some sort of button combination, but I don't know what that does. I guess it's what weapons you have, I guess. That's the only thing I can really think of. Yeah, I guess they're, I guess like a hotkey system. I really don't know. I think the pods also kind of act like the gems from Marvel, where you actually get bonuses when you haven't picked up, I guess. But that could be me being cynical. But yeah, that's the reason why I don't like this game, because even though you technically killed everyone, you still have to find the pods and then bring them back to that portal to finish the mission, which I just find kind of obnoxious. It basically turns into a vehicular combat game into a shitty collectathon or Easter egg hunt, whatever. It's that's why I don't really like it, to be honest. So I'm trying to find enemies to fight, but it's like, oh, I gotta collect those things, whatever. It's I just find it annoying for that exact reason. You could just present that as me being nitpicky, but that's why I don't really care for this game. It's just because of that. So I'm trying to find a thing I'm doing, and it's like, oh, I have to find the pods and shit. I guess having autopilot might help, but I don't know. It's just I can't really vibe with this game. I'm not gonna call it terrible, but it's I think there's a reason why people don't really talk about this game, at least nowhere near as much compared to Rogue Trip. The game also keeps track of your stats. You can be, you can have stuff about that, I guess. And also just the game speak too, which probably would have helped, but it still doesn't change the flow of the game where it's just finding the orbs and then bringing them back to the thing or whatever. At least the 2-player mode is more or less the same. So it's just basically co-op and then the 2 battle modes and then that's it. There's no link mode, unfortunately, like Rogue Trip. But yeah, that's about it. That's all I got for today. I still say definitely try out the game though, because it's not often you get actual decent quality vehicular combat games. It's just not for me personally. I don't like the collectathon aspect for this game personally. I just think it really slows down the game. Yes, it was. I'm very much glad I had some company while grinding too and other stuff. I just wish my vehicular combat gameplay was more up to snuff. Probably your best bet is to emulate it, if I'm going to be honest. I don't think it's worth giving a scalper like $500 for this game. But I didn't tell you that part. But I say it's definitely worth trying. It's just I don't care for the collecting thing personally, but it might be entertaining for you maybe. Even the back of the case is kind of like Twisted Metal 1 and 2, where it shows the vehicle, so you can definitely tell this is inspired. You can definitely tell this not just inspired, but made by Single Track. Kiss the Abyss. But yeah, it's I can see it being decent, I guess, but I don't know. I just don't care for that collecting stuff. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I guess I'll read the back of it just in case you don't believe me. Kiss the Abyss. Deep in the ocean's abyss. 12 I hate fucking reading. 12 competing submarines converge upon a remarkable discovery. Mysterious, growing pods of incredible power and unknown origin. Drive into furious undersea battle against power-hungry treasure hunters, bloodthirsty corporate bottom feeders, maniacal sea blood psychopaths, and subversive government agencies in a globe-spanning quest to uncover the secrets for yourself. Yeah, that's about it. And then on the back of the manual, it shows advertisement for Duke Nukem Total Meltdown, which is just the PlayStation 1 port of Duke Nukem 3D, which also has that version of Grabog that was used in famous YouTube poop way back then with King of the Hill when I forget his name. I think it's Attack of the Hank, I think, where he made Dale's voice sound like a robot, and there's that one video where he's just dancing to that song. Yeah, Duke Nukem 3D was fun. I actually played it on the Xbox 360. I actually streamed it a long time ago, back when the 360 was still up. I probably should play through it again. But I don't know what version to play, to be honest, besides like playing it on DOS and shit, but that'll be for another day, I guess. But I'm gonna get off for now. I'm gonna put this back and figure out how to get past that boss in Sonic Superstars. I might actually do that while watching a video or something. Alright. Well, thanks to the company, and I'll see you next time, hopefully.